There is a big correlation between the area or semis and the cues. the 5
I got some
40.
long SMCI. There's that 9 EMA rebird.
Yeah, I'm alone too. Nvidia too. So,
Yeah.
but we need the market to hold 540, I will say.
Yeah, yeah. SMCI is a little volatile. Like,
Nvidia is also coming into 144, which has historically been a big level for it. Just noticed Nvidia's had like 10 consecutive daily green candles in a row.
Do you have any target for SMCI sort of?
not really. Like the next target I see is like 55 and then 60.
Yeah.
So I'll just let it ride like this. I mean, it's a big breakout above 50. Yeah, I'm not sure. So maybe 55, and then I will hold for at the end of the day maybe. And pretty decent volume, like 1 minute bars, it's doing almost a million. It's
Very
pretty solid
solid.
volume.
I'm watching SMCI for 9 EMA pullback.
I'm doing the same with Nvidia. Just letting her run. Wait for that pullback.
MU is strong.
INTC is strong too. It's breaking just the and the pre-market highs. Nvidia is losing the 9MA. And the Qs is just in the low of day. So the Qs needs to hold this. INTC breaking.
Looking for that pullback in SMCI. MU is also strong.
Five days MCA.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm not a fan of this price action right now. Q's holding low day while some of these semis are pushing high day.
What is this MCI relative volume?
10.
It's 4.
Thanks.
Video bouncing from VWAP.
What price do you have BWAP in NVIDIA?
Like 142.
Okay. The Kisu still having some sell pressure.
INTC's at like that weekly resistance from its lower heights made back in November. You pulling back.
SMCI 55. Want to see how it reacts here. I might take some off if I see
Yeah,
sellers.
the same here.
What's the ATR for SMCI?
SMCI.
Do you know the ATR?
381.
It's not.
MU failing the 91.
I'm gonna put so much 55. English 55.
You see NVIDIA still having some sell pressure. INTC about to test an IMA. Yeah, I covered my SMCI. Took me on the 1 minute trail.
Yeah, I covered mine too. I'm just keeping a 40% to see if we can trend higher from it.
Yeah, maybe I will get in again if we hold the 9. But I don't like that the market is not following.
Nvidia has a lower pod. MU's rolling over. Keys are going low a day.
Yeah, new low of the Qs with volume.
I'm all out of INTC.
See, the SMCI is holding the 9 on the 2-minute.
Got it on the Qs. Up 38 Qs.
Nvidia is back to open.
My SMCI holding relatively strong compared to the market.
Yeah, I'm holding 30% of my loan on SMCI.
Yeah, me too. I want to see market like it's down like I'll- I want to see
I don't.
buy step in the market, like start to buy from there, and then I will look for SMCI long again, like a VWAP maybe.
Yeah, yeah, SMCI is relatively strong.
Yeah, pretty strong. Yeah, but I want to see a bid and queues first.
entered short second leg on Baidu. Just add it to my position.
Color on the keys. Did 9 in AMA again. Eh,
Nvidia opening range break or downside. Market is also making new lows. Okay.
Baidu was 0 for
I
hedging.
cover my loan on MSCI.
You're fully out, Rick?
Yeah, I cover all my loan.
It feels more like a range that can be possible to develop on the queues, maybe.
Yeah, I took
Then
the
IMA on the 4 hour is around 536.
I took also the Viva continuation FMCI, but the way it's moving and how the overall market is acting, I just got out. But still, it's my best trade of the year.
Ah, for real?
Ah,
Yeah, 'cause
congratulations.
I have a lot of conviction on this one, so I hit it very hard at the open.
Nice, nice, very
Nice.
nice.
I didn't put too much size. It was like 25%, I think. And you?
Yeah, I think like 40, 50.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I didn't put
What
any
did
size in
you get in?
this. I was late. I was late to the preparation today, so didn't really had much conviction. Granted.
Break, do you took that as a Popeye consolidation there on the break of the, or do you took the Permaca high break? Or the Naime?
Yeah, I took the once I saw the repeat, I took the after we hold the pre-market highs, I added first the first minute, and then I added on the third minute, and then I added at 9:33, and all my size. I already add all my size early because I already knew like the EV is gonna decrease if I keep adding later. So I just decided to add everything really fast because by my experience, like before I used to add 20 and then later 20, and it's like it messes up my EV. So now like when I already know like I explained in the morning, this is like a potential trend day. Like I try to add all my risk as soon as I notice the pattern and the setup for me.
Yeah.
So that's what I did. I just hit it really hard in the first 2 3 minutes, and I didn't add anything. I only add at the bigger continuation, like 10%, but then I didn't like how the overall market is moving, so I just exit everything.
SMCI testing the highs now. Want to see it break 55 with volume. And market also starts to grind up.
The same happening in INTC.
High day 90C.
It's MCI on the rig.
a strong rebate than SMCI from 54.
I'm all out of SMCI.
Nvidia making new lows.
Use this almost the IMA on the 4-hour chart. So it can be like a pullback to the 9.
Also, VLTR is really weak. It's breaking pre-market lows.
Jimmy, do you see this as a failed range break in Qs?
No
Failed
yet.
breakout?
I will say that we should lose the IMA in that case. I think that we can still have
Four
like
hours?
yeah, in the 4 hours. I think that we can retest the IMA on the 4 hour.
Hmm.
It's almost there. And then maybe, but yeah, I didn't like that fail that we had. It's quite of aggressive. So maybe we can have a retest of that or a continuation from there. But it has volume also the retest.
Hmm.
That's good. If we reverse from here, we'll say that will be more positive. Maybe for tomorrow.
Yeah.
But it's not like it's for me. It's not like something that is sustained or consistent. It's more like a B or B minus also. Also, the fundamentals are not following the break. And in my opinion, maybe we can have a rejection correction potential in the next week.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Nvidia is weak. Well, I'm short Nvidia 141 now.
I'm looking at Amazon for possible backsides later in the day.
SMCI turning into fashionable late.
Recording in
Start
progress.
entries and exits week. The reason why I think this week is so important is because there's a big difference between having an idea and having a trade. We were talking about this with some traders over the weekend, and in reviewing a lot of their trades, a lot of people are very good at putting together trade ideas, whether stock's going to go up or down. Even seeing the trade start to develop, but the exact entries and exits are things that people struggle with. They enter, without really seeing the entry signal, and then they exit without really getting an exit signal. So this, I think, impacts both sides of it. Exciting news, we will have Brandon's entries and exits meeting added to Inside Access on a temporary basis starting Friday. Why it's temporary? Friday at 12:30 will be the time. Everybody will get an invite and everything. But why it's temporary is we're trying it to see if people like it. You know, we're gonna try. We've been doing it internally for a while, and we really like it. Um, but you know, externally, you know, in inside access and stuff, we never really know. So we're gonna try it and see. Um, let's get some charts going so we can actually go into some of the trades. So we will highlight some of the things that we talk about with entries and exits on a normalized basis. But and we'll kind of review some of the stuff we talked about with the trades and everything, but we're going to highlight specifically entries and exits this week, and we're going to spend more time focused on those. So a lot of it will be setup trade, you know, catalyst setup trade, you know, or opportunity and then trade with a specific emphasis on the entries and exits. So we can get right into SMCI from today. You know, we can start with the bigger picture, but let's get right into it with SMCI from today. You know, obviously, once we got up here to this 55, it really started to get extended. This first stuff kind of gave a little bit of an idea of a Bella fade and because the tape dropped, but the reality is that buyer never dropped. So, you know, you're not thinking this is a Bella fade, you're actually thinking this is a rubber band. Once it kind of that bidder never drops, so you're letting it extend. You can see how extended it is on the daily and extended on the hourly at this point. You know, a lot of us were long options into the weekend, and just because of the break that it had above 47, and then 47 and a half Friday. You know, so it was a good long weekend trade. You know, we've talked about this. Max talks about it a lot. You know, those are kind of like trades that we'll put on and then gives us a lot of P&L to play with, that you can sort of risk around, but you're still waiting for that entry. So I think once it starts to get extended, you really want to start to watch it. But again, like you need to see that buyer drop. And that's the idea there is it went up to 55 and there was a buyer there and then that buyer dropped. And when that buyer dropped, that was it. Right? You can see how it took out the lows of the prior two candles. And when it's extended like this, we're usually not using the prior two candle low. We're actually going to a prior one candle low. When it's truly extended on multiple time frames and all that stuff, you're kind of cheating it, but you're really hyper focused on the tape. So you need to see the tape change first. Then when you see the tape change, you can take that. What was fascinating and you know our exit rules for this trade are typically you're targeting VWAP, right? Well, look at the bars as we got, you know, so if we're going through it, it's doing exactly what it should do. Aggressive selling, decent volume. Aggressive selling, decent volume. Tries to rebid, that's fine, right? That's pretty normal. And then this bar, where should this have gone? Really, where should this have gone?
Are we
From
up?
We up.
Yeah, it should have gotten to VWAP, right? Like you had everything you wanted to see. But when you put this rebid right here and then this little combination of bars right there, what really is happening? What, you know, this is like an indecision candle, right? Like this is called a doji. Is that right? I can't remember the names of these, but I think this is called a doji. Like an indecision basically candle. And even just looking at the 1 minute, you can make a decision. Well, if it's setting up as an indecision candle, what would I want to see for the very next candle for me to be able to maintain all of my short position?
At least stay below the high of that candle or make a new low on that candle.
And I would want to see the volume increase as well, right? Because I would want to see that selling pressure because look where it all lines up, right? It lines up at this area where that buyer was previously, right above 53, like 53.20. Like I get it, there could be some hesitation there, but I would want to see it start to roll over right there, right? And it did. And so at that point, you're thinking, well, this is not doing what it should be doing, right? You have a low volume candle that's about half the volume. You can see that was 575,000 shares versus 900,000 shares in the prior candle. So about half, a little, maybe, you know, 2/3 the volume of the prior candle. And what happened? It rebid that entire candle. So I understand that they were selling there and stuff like that. It's just one of those things where I'm not caring about much else in this trade at this point. I'm thinking about, because I'm hyper focused on it, this is an overextension. We've seen these things blow off to the top and then just implode. You look at PLTR today or NVIDIA today, and they implode. And so I'm thinking, is this going to implode? Is this going to implode? And that candle right there, right here, tells me this has a lower likelihood of just kind of rolling in the way that I want, right? So that gives you an exit. So we've highlighted the entry on that trade based on what we want to see, right? The entry was a high volume reversal candle, right? Where you can see it start to get extended. You see how aggressive this rebid was, and then you see that indecision right there. And then what do you want to see after that indecision? Exactly what you want to see down here. You want to see higher volume with direction. And we got it here. So you can enter short against the highs, but we didn't get it here, did we? So that's your out. Although your target is VWAP, when you see that, you're just like, I don't have a reason to still be in this trade. Okay. This is what we're going to get into a lot on entries and exits for today. How much are you considering the pending news of thesis if they're potentially front running the news in this case? I'm not, because it's an overextension. Like, I'm trading this for an overextension. So I'm not worried about what's going to happen in the overall news. Like, if there's breaking news in it, I'll be aware. But I'm trading this as a pure overextension, right? Can you discuss the
Yep.
over trade for long also in SNCI? Not as much because of the entries and exits. We'll go into it just for a minute. What questions do you have about this though?
There's just one question about the setup. Like, why are you trading this an overextension? Because we had this as like a breakout over 50.
It was a breakout. And then it went up 4 points.
Yeah, like you're talking about like intraday overextension, like short term.
Yeah, short-term overextension, right? Like straight line up after that Friday move, right? So like this is not it's a little bit of a higher time frame overextension, but more it's like when you get that extension right off the open with that sort of buying, that can be a higher time, like a short-term overextension,
Yeah.
right? Like it's not like a massive overextend. This isn't like an A plus or anything like that, but this is a short-term overextension. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So that's it. It's a lot of this is not thinking about it, right? So it's just seeing that short-term overextension and saying, okay, I could take that trade, right? So you run into the declining 200-day at 55. There you go. So unfortunately, many of us exited the options very first thing in the morning. We didn't know that this was going to do this. So, that's one of those things. We can look at SMCI from the breakout. So really where you had this breakout on Friday was not until then the entries and exits, the entry and exit rule can be very clear here, right? All day it was failing at 47. And then it failed at 47.50, but it was just there was a ridiculous seller at 47, right? Giant held off for 47. Would not lift, would not lift. I tried it a couple times, decent size, small. Looking for this to be a momentum and then maybe have a Friday breakout. But what happened over here? What happened after 3 o'clock? It
Went
gets
to the
above
upside.
47 the first time. Okay, that's fine. What did it give you right there? Just a very clear hold above that level. That's the first time a lot of us were like, oh, okay, this is set up, right? And we protected our risk by using options. So even if it would have gapped down, a tremendous amount on news or something like that, you're protecting yourself with options the entire time. You're not taking just pure equity, if that makes sense. So the max you can lose is the dollar value of the options that you bought. That's all.
Jeff, when you trade options in this case, what is the strike price that you
There are a
place
lot of
like?
different ways you can do it. I do it to target. So for me, it was like the 52s and 55s.
Oh, okay.
The 200-day and just thinking about it from a measured move perspective of like, different people do it differently, but I always do it to target. So we had 43 to 48. It's $5, right? You add another $5, you're at 53. And then 55 is like YOLO kind of stuff. right? So I spread the options out. Other people did straight up contracts and specific things. I mean, I didn't hold them to 55 at all, but that's just the thought process. But I wanted to highlight this specific one, okay? And we don't have a lot of time. I don't want to get too into it. We'll get into more of these things, but you'll see from the professional level how detailed we are with trades, how detailed we are with looking for specific things of this is our entry reason, this is our exit reason, not just prices, but what's happening at those prices that really does matter. Let's look at Hood from today because I thought Hood was very, very interesting. We've got this 3-day range, right? And we were up into the 2-day range, and we were up into the top of it. Now, what happened right on the open? It was strong selling, right? It was strong, aggressive selling right on the open, and it went down into this area of support, like this 63 area of support. Well, what do I expect to see happen there? Well, I can't just buy it into the 63. I mean, you can, but you need to see a distinct rebid, right? And you got the inverse of what we were talking about with the overextension there on a much lower time frame. Now, what's fascinating is this is a trade that has been working very, very, very well. If you think about some of the moves from last week, buying into support of names that have beat earnings and gapped up, what have they typically been doing?
Bouncing from there.
They've been what?
Bouncing.
Bouncing a lot, right? And then going back to the highs. And so this one, when it comes up to VWAP, what did we expect to have happen there?
Continue hold VWAP at least.
Yeah. Hold VWAP, look for kind of a really good, like fashionably late or something like that, right? What was so distinct about this rejection? And it's not necessarily this rejection, it's the candle after it that's so telling, right? Once this happens, what's the likelihood of it rebidding and going back higher? Right there. So we all know our entry, it's when you get the reversal, right? And then thinking that maybe this has an outside chance of going up above 65.5, maybe even through the rest of the little bit of the day, right? But when it rejects and then clears out that entire range, that's where it's like, okay, I don't have a good reason to be in this trade anymore. It's gone from I had everything I wanted with this very distinct up move, and then it failed, right? And so that's another reason to exit. So that's, a modification of your plan. You have the distinctness of this combination where it lifted above VWAP, stuffed, lifted above VWAP, stuffed again. Those are all concerns, right? But then when it doesn't rebid through immediately and it breaks the trend line, you can see there's a little trend line like right there, basically, right? When it breaks all that stuff, you're like, okay, this is not a long, right? And then it can turn into like a VWAP continuation short or a hitchhiker short. And I know you had to wait for a little bit for it to come all the way down here, but you can trade it just like a hitchhiker short there. When it comes down and the selling is so sustained and everything. It's tough, I think, to take the VWAP continuation short there, mainly because I haven't seen that trade working very well in this circumstance lately. But putting it on the back of your mind, and it's like, okay, you can see the selling, you see this little attempt to bounce here, stuff there, and then what do you want to see on this entry candle? High volume, significant break, right? And we get it. You can take it down 50 cents, exit half, you get that second trailer, and then, really when you get this, either this capitulatory price action down at the lows into key support, or if you want to hold it to there. But at that point, when it bounces above bounces at key support, do you have any reason to still be in that trade? Not really, right? Like it just moved all the way down into key support. So you don't really have a great reason to be in that trade anymore. Now it did bounce, but look where it bounced to. It bounced right to this failure area. And so we've talked about these failed backsides, right? When it looks like it's going to backside long right into here and then stuffs so aggressively, you can actually take a continuation short on the break. But I didn't love that trade because I'm like, what are you targeting? Low of day? It's like you need a lot to work in this trade. So, and we didn't have a ton of volume happening. So it's one of those things that you can think about, but these are specific entry and exit criteria. Okay. Let's talk about NVIDIA, please. Because NVIDIA did more of what we would think maybe SMCI would be doing, right? You had that up move, you had that distinct down move. Look at the change. And you can go back and look, but look at the difference in this follow through. Right? Look at the difference in that you have this indecision sort of candle, right? And then you have follow through. And this distinct volume candle is so much potential follow through that you're like, I can take like a fashionably late here, right? I can take something where I'm looking for continuation to the real downside. Make sense? Good. I'm great. I'm really glad some people took that, right? You don't have to catch this whole up move. You can still take that and just say, wow, this is really good. Okay. And then down at the end, when you have this, breaks this support area, and it's a loose support area for sure, but it, kind of gives that last flush, and then you see the indecision and then that rebid. It's like, oh, well, this is no longer a short if I was still short this, right? And if you want to take it long, you can take it long, but it's no longer a short at all. What other names do we want to highlight from an entries and exits perspective? And today, the entire objective is just get people comfortable with the process of talking about this. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll talk more about the specifics of what these look like on a regular basis. Okay, we'll rapid fire these. Okay. PLTR. So PLTR was a little tricky because, like, what are you going to do? Trade the breakout? Do you want to trade the breakout or do you want to trade the failure? I think the only real trade was this failure, and PLTR, like, once it reverses like this, and this gives you exactly what you want to see for a fashionably late style trade, right? But are you going to take a fashionably late right here? Look at this. Low volume, no clear indication of anything, tries to dip, rebids, like, you can sort of maybe say, I'll take it there, but it's thin, right? It's thin. What happens after it stuffs like that, though? Is that a really good entry signal?
Yes.
When you see those buyers get just stuffed in their face, that's a really good entry signal, right? So you don't even need to give it all the way to the third. You can just put your stop above there and look for that same continuation, right? But you want to see that price action stuff before you take that trade, right? Like, you want to see that stuff, and then you have a clear stop in place and a clear target. You're targeting that 122 to 125, 123 to 125. So you're targeting basically 121. You get that almost in a straight line. It bounces. You get this second chance right there. And then you get sort of the continuation. How do we know if you have a sell-off? Well, that's the thing. We're not predicting that we're going to have a sell-off. We're letting the price action show up for us and then looking for very specific candles, very specific entry and exit scenarios. I haven't seen anything on the board that's like more than a B, basically, honestly, today. So that's the thing. DKNG, I just kind of thought was a lot of chop and then a clear range break to the downside, like clear opening range break. And what was fascinating about this one to me is the opening range break is happening at the high end of the range. Like, you can see that buying pressure into the close. Now, this is not what you want to see for this opening range break, right? Like, if you're long, this is not what you want to see at all. But you do, if you're looking for a short, you do want to see this. This two candle combination is a great indication for an opening range break. Why? I guess it's a three candle combination, but why is this three candle combination so great for an opening range break or really any range break?
That's a very short consolidation within the opening range.
I mean, it's a 10-minute range, right?
Yeah, like within the 10-minute range, that 3 bars give us a very tiny consolidation where we have a clear buyer holding the lows and we can just short it when it drops.
But yes, but if you did that on every one, you would get in trouble. What specific about this gives you, what's a black crow candle? I don't know what a black crow candle is. I'll talk through it. You have a very low volume attempt to rebid and a very low volume move lower, followed by a high volume move. And those two low volumes are way lower volume than the other candles in that consolidation, right? Look how quickly that volume dropped off. It went from 80,000 to 50,000 to 40,000 back up to 80,000. The context around range breaks, they're almost always better when you have this combination. You have an attempt against the way that the range ultimately breaks on low volume. It gets distinctly sold on low volume, and then you have high volume follow through. That is a really nice add to the probabilities of any of these trades. Now,
and we have one more probability in our favor. It's breaking the pre-market lows. So it's one more check in the favor for this play.
Pre-market low, that's fine, but I think the fact that it's holding back into range from yesterday, if this was occurring above this range from yesterday, I wouldn't even think about it as a short. The fact that this entire consolidation is holding below VWAP, below the range from yesterday, is a decent failed breakout. Now, on a failed breakout, do I expect it to have a massive high volume consolidation or continuation move? Not particularly, right? Not particularly. But do I expect it to potentially trend a little bit? Yeah. So that's one of the things that I want to be thinking about with that. So yeah, you guys are calling out all these factors that come into play. But the key is identifying the specific entries and specific exits for this. And honestly, does anybody feel like there's a clear reason to exit this position yet in DKNG?
Not.
No. It's trending to the downside. Either you'll get a distinct higher high that gets put in somewhere, right? And then a higher low, and you can exit it. But at this point, it's still just trending to the downside, right? It's going to be tough at 50 because that's kind of into a key psychological area, but it's just something to pay attention to. All right. We're going to wrap there, but this is what this week is going to be a lot of. It's going to be identifying the exact trade that we're taking, right? We're going to name the trade, we're going to name the setup or the opportunity, and then we're going to talk about the specific entry and exit reasons, what we're seeing in the candles. And then in reading the tape, we'll get into the reading the tapes as well to support that. So this is a really important element to recognize all of this stuff. You want to see the exact candles and see what's happening and why it's happening. So we'll get into it a little bit more this week. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, Enrique, are you there? Can you hear me, Enrique? Are you there?
Recording in progress.
All right, sorry for the delay, everybody. We were just getting some things settled. We're really working this year, and each year we work on trying to improve the Discord as a part of everything, and we just had a meeting about that. And that meeting ran a little long, so I apologize, but I get excited about how to help our Discord get more impactful for everybody. You know, for the folks as a value add, for the folks that do Scalp Radar, for the folks that you know, that are in DNA, Winning Trader, all that stuff. But you know, those are things that are really important to us to make sure that we're building our community in that way. You know, and that's a really exciting thing for me. So I dedicate a little bit of time to it each week. And that's why I'm running 11 minutes late. But to get into it today, I wanted to highlight 3 different trading opportunities today that I saw that I think, you know, not all of them are going to work. And that's okay. And I think that that's an important thing for us to understand is the difference, just like we're studying with entries and exits. understanding the difference in the tape as well of things that just are not working in the right way versus the things that are working so cleanly, because you can really avoid a lot of frustration and you can avoid a lot of you know, turning a loss that doesn't need to be a full loss into something that even's a small win. And you know, when you make those slight adjustments, you actually change the entire trajectory of your trading career. And so that can be one of the biggest unlocks. So we're going to focus on backside trades today. Just backsides, okay? Just backside trades. Then we're going to go through a handful of examples, maybe 3 examples, maybe 4 examples, all from the Scalp Radar, all from today. And we're going to talk through a little bit of the process oriented around any trade. You know, remember, this entire week is focused on entries and exits. And a lot of what I feel like I see professional traders do, but I see independent traders do less of, is I see a lot of professional traders who evaluate a ton of ideas and then very quickly say, this idea is not right for me, or this idea is not right now. But if I saw X, Y, or Z, then it would be right. Versus, and I know I was an independent trader when I started, and you know, I would spend so much time, you know, trapped in an idea that really never had a likelihood of turning out to be something. And then all of a sudden you'd fall into you'd fall victim to maybe making a trading decision that really wasn't there to be made to begin with. And so wanted to take time and focus just on backsides today so that everybody can get a good sense of, hopefully this will be a really quick look into what a good backside trade is and what a good backside trade is not. And we obviously get to study the tape in this. This is going to be a little longer meeting, probably 40 minutes or something like that. So buckle up. But we're going to spend a little extra time focusing on these. So let's go through from the Scalp Radar today and just highlight some of the ones that that were there and you know, fired and how we can do it. So on the backside, you know, obviously we had AMD before 10:30. Now let's again focus on the process here. At 10:30, you know, right in this little area here, is this one that I'm going to pay attention to at all for a backside? Like, is this something that I'm going to care that much about? No, I'm not at all, right? So I'll spend maybe 3 seconds looking at it and go, you know what, this isn't trading very cleanly at all. You know, higher time frame, it's not there. Like, this is not something that's worth my time. So I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to be like, why did it fire, or all that stuff. I'm just going to know that it's not there, right? And that's okay. VRT. Let's go to VRT. And that was a little bit later. I think that was closer to 11 o'clock, right? Let's jump ahead to 11 o'clock. So in general, I've spent 10 seconds looking at that, right? And, you know, VRT, is this something that I would potentially look at for a backside? Well, yeah, this is something that looks okay. But then when I go into the higher time frame, right? And can you guys see the higher time frame or no? Are you still looking at that one? Oh, you cannot. Okay. All right. Gotcha. So, you know, what do I really need to see? Well, I really, okay. So the reality is on the higher time frame, I guess I can just split my screen. Where is VRT? Let me new share. There we go, share. And I'll try and go back and forth a little bit here. Where's VRT in the higher time frame? Smack dab, middle of the range, slight gap up, pulled back into the range, like nothing, right? Is this something that I would really think like, okay, this is going to be a great backside? This is something that I really feel like is a good backside? No. Like, first one you can look at, second one you can look at, the high, first one you can look at even on the intraday, you're like, I'm not interested in that. Second one you can look at, and you can go, that's just not, it's not something I'm really looking to have a lot of momentum. You know, maybe it could work, but it's not something I see a ton of momentum on, right? And then the next one that fired was PLTR, right? PLTR, is this something that I might be super interested in for a backside? I mean, you can just look at the difference in those three and you can go, wow, PLTR, I'm really interested, right? Like at 11 o'clock, like right here, has it potentially reversed? Or I guess when did it fire? 11:03. Has it potentially reversed, and is it now holding up above a key level, right? And backsides are great in volatility and range environments, yes. But we're still talking about the difference between looking at trades in a totally new light, right? Like, is this something that I might be interested in for a backside at 1103? Yeah, like it's there, but I still need to see kind of this come into play. And so we'll go into the tape right now, starting at 1103, and highlight some of the things that are very interesting about this and the things that aren't very interesting about this. Is everybody okay with that? Because these are things that are really important to make sure you're putting together quickly. So let me share this one. All right, come up PLT. There we go. At 1103. Is this something that I'm looking at like, oh wow, okay, this might be good. Like entirely, right? And you also put in PLTR has been trading with a ton of volatility and range, right? So this is a pretty good one. Now, I don't ever really try and like, this is at 1103, fires right around now, right? Like, I'm not going to sit there and just buy this right here, but I am going to look at that like 120.50, right? It lines up with this sort of sell off and this sort of last minute pause. So this is all very interesting. I really do want to see something significant about above 120.50 for me to get involved. And when I'm looking at this, I don't see it quite yet, right? And so these are things that I'm thinking about from a bigger perspective, and I'm thinking about when entering the trades. And it's something where I'm putting an alert where? Where would my alert be? Even if I'm watching it, where would my alert be set? 120.50, right? That's where my alert would be set, right at 120.50. Is this a tape that I really need to be hyper focused on right now? No, not really. It's kind of choppy. I'm not seeing a lot of participation. You can see the volume dry off. Like if I get 120.50 to 121.50, even if I lose 10 cents and I can risk, and I know you're supposed to risk all the way down here, but I would never risk all the way down there. I would be risking somewhere right around here, right? This is something that I would just put an alert there and I would kind of move on a little bit and see, right? Like I would maybe cycle through this name and a couple other names. And let's say I'm cycling through this name and a couple other names, right? As I'm watching ideas potentially set up. Or this is something where I'm saying I only want to watch this name, which you're very comfortable just watching this name. But you're looking for something where there's some sort of pull in, there's some sort of test lower to show that this is just changing, because right now it's just chopping around, right? And then we also had NVIDIA that fired. So let's pause it right here, because we had NVIDIA that fired at 11:06, right? So let's go to NVIDIA. Well, all of a sudden, is this something that's super interesting? So let's say I was looking at PLTR, right? I was looking at PLTR, but then I see NVIDIA. Is this something that's super, super, super interesting to me? NVIDIA had that big break on a higher time frame, really distinct move lower, really distinct buy program off the lows, right? So now this is something that I'm like, maybe I went from PLTR to now all of a sudden I'm thinking, wow, NVIDIA looks really good, right? So now I can come right here, and instead of worrying about PLTR quite yet, I can just focus entirely on NVIDIA. And when I see this buying in NVIDIA, right, I can watch the sellers stepping in at 140.50 and a little bit, but not really. Now I see the buyers coming in, right? Couldn't I just sit here and go, okay, this looks like it potentially is trending. I have this little spot that it just failed at 120 or 140.25. And then I have this really key support at 140 that I could really just sit in and take. So I could take this trade right here, right? I saw the bid step back above 140.50. So again, like these are things that I can just sit there and go, this is doing exactly what I want it to do. This is doing exactly what I wanted to do. It already had that pause that I was looking for in PLTR. And now I see that buy program sticking in, right? And so as I'm watching this and as I'm trading this, I can sit there and be in this at 120 or 140.50 or 140.55 or something like that, knowing that if it fails here, right? If it fails here and gets below that 140.20, what am I doing likely with my position? I'm likely cutting it, right? Like I'm likely saying, okay, this is totally needing time to reset. So I'm putting myself in kind of a 3-to-1 almost, right? Because I'm thinking it's probably going to get at least to here. I know VWAP's right there, but I'm thinking it's going to get like at least to here to test where those sellers were. And so I'm thinking this is kind of a 3-to-1 right here. After a pause, after that reset that occurred, again, you see that selling that occurred there, and now the buying is basically above it at 140. So I can really become hyper-focused on the tape here and get a lot of information really quickly. And what I'm noticing when I'm focusing on the tape is the bids are just there. And every time it tries to lift, it seems like the sellers are trying, but have the bidders given up at all? Or is this just sort of trending? And then we even just saw that size come in, right? On the bid. And what happened? It just lifted a little bit and then dropped a little bit. Relifts. Like, is this something where I need to be hyper focused on the tape? Or is it something where I can just sit there and go, man, this is kind of doing exactly what I wanted to do, which is just trending. And if it's just trending, where do I expect the momentum to occur in this trade? Well, near the end, not near the beginning, right? And so this is where a lot of traders you'll feel like your shot clock has to be really tight here. But the reality is this is just sort of trending to the upside. And I have a decent spot where I can risk against, 30, 40 cents that's giving me a pretty good target. And now you see the rebid, and VWAP is the target, but the real target is actually 141.50, because if it gets to VWAP, I'm kind of going to give it a little bit more of room, I mean, because like it's likely that it'll probably go up and test this area where those sellers really were. Like, especially depending on how it gets there. Does that make sense? So I've just prioritized the first, like I'm pretty just better than and the other one, right? So this is one that I'm like, oh, okay, this is where I want to put my focus right now. Now, as the tape is playing out, I'm more interested in that. Okay, there was that rebid. Now I want to see the buyers stepping up and what's happening with the buyers. What are the buyers doing? They're stepping up. They're stepping up. Drop out a little bit. Let's see. Do they step right back up? And the feeling here that I have of the buyers is that they are there. they are steady. And the people that maybe shorted this that didn't cover, because everybody's been on the wrong side of this, right? Like you felt like, oh man, I really caught this move, and then all of a sudden you're like, maybe I should cover here, maybe I should cover here, maybe I should cover here. No, like you're probably gonna wait and wait and wait because it's the backside. And the backside trade tends to be something where it just like accelerates the most at the end. So if I'm sitting here and I know the chart's wrong, I don't know why the chart froze, but you can still see where the tape is, and we're above 141 now, right? So as we're stepping up, I'm really paying attention. Obviously, we don't have the chart, but you can see that the buyers are just constantly stepping in. Let's see if we can reload and get this chart going too. There we go. Now we're starting to see it, right? And so if I can see the buyers step in, even to that 140.25, like I'm probably going to take some there and then hold the rest for that 141.50 or 141.25, right? Because if this really accelerates, I'm thinking to myself, this could kind of accelerate right into VWAP and then fail, and that would be okay, right? When we get to that 141 level, what's happening with the buyers? Are they afraid of that level at all? Are they just feeling like, I'm so happy that we got to this level? Or does it feel like the buyers really don't care about that price that much? They don't really, they're not dropping out. It's not like they're like afraid of this trade at all. And that's like a really good base case for us to think about is these buyers, these are bigger players that are pushing it and bigger players that are pushing it, and they don't care. And that's great. That's great for us in this trade, right? Now, do I expect that it'll just accelerate, or is it like likely to kind of bounce around a little bit here? Well, it's likely to bounce around a little bit here, but the time at which it didn't get to that price and then fail right away. If these buyers were really concerned about it, what would happen as soon as it gets to 141? What would happen as soon as it gets to 141 if these buyers were like, oh, thank you, I finally am getting out of this trade? It would have failed right away, right? And instead it kind of went up, and now it's like kind of bouncing around a little bit. And I would argue this is not a sharp rejection because, first of all, we can look at the tape again, and the buyers dropped out, but then what's happening? They're coming right back in at the 9 EMA. So this is now riding the 9 EMA. And when you think about the expected value of this trade, has the expected value sustained this entire time? Has the probability side of the expected value sustained and even gone higher as this trade has worked? The EV hasn't gotten better, but the probability side of it has gotten better, right? The probability component, because this isn't a spot I would enter the trade, but this is a spot I would have to be thinking about, do I need to make a trading decision? Well, given that rebid, I'm thinking that I kind of am in the spot where these buyers aren't afraid of the sellers at 141 at all. So even a little pause here would set me up for a VWAP move, a VWAP target, right? And even more importantly, because we have this pause right before VWAP, would I be thinking now, okay, if it goes up another 20 cents, I want to exit my entire trade? Or is it something where I'm like, well, it just kind of is resetting, so I don't actually have to exit my trade. I see the buyers there, and there's this pause that's occurring. So if the buy program kicks back on with aggression, what would I expect to have happen? Well, I'd expect it to leak through VWAP and get to that, basically close to 140, 150. These are all the little nuances that I'm thinking about as this trade is happening. And if you notice, I'm not thinking about and not talking about where this is relative to my entry at all. I'm very much staying present on what's happening with the bidders that I expect to be there. And for anybody that's struggling, right? You can just remind yourself to stay present, focused on which group of participants you expect to be there. Now, do I expect the buyers to, would it be a surprise if the buyers couldn't take it through 141 and 141.25 and the sellers started winning and I started to see it come back? That would be a big surprise at this point, right? I would be surprised if, given everything I see to this point, the sellers won here,
Ajay?
like truly won.
Hello.
Is there a chance that I could still exit this position for break even or even make some money, even if I see the sellers take absolute complete control of the price action? Yeah. There's a good chance I could be out for flat or whatever. This is where it's like trading goes from like trading this particular thing goes from like I'm uncomfortable to, oh man, I'm up in the trade, to a lot of people will say, I just want to protect my downside. Well, the reality is the likelihood is this is a situation where I am protecting myself by recognizing that I'm probably going to get an out, right? Even if it drops out to 140.50 for some reason, is it likely that it's probably going to pop back up to 60 or 70 cents and give me an exit? Yeah. So there's a low likelihood that I'm going to take a full rip on this trade at this point. But everything I've seen, I don't feel any sort of sense of pressure to reduce or exit my trade, because I still feel like this has a really good probability of, catching a follow-up bid and then going higher. And you can look at the minutia, you can look at the detail here and go, okay, the 9 EMA is flattening out, and it is, and that's okay. Because as long as the two outcomes that I see for this trade are the sellers take complete control, right? I exit my position at flat to break even, maybe a little bit of a profit, or I see the buy program kick on and it's going to full profit pretty quickly. Those are two pretty good outcomes for this trade and for any trade. If I told you on every trade, you're either going to get information that's going to tell you, okay, I probably need to be out of this whole trade, or get information that says this trade's going to work all the way, I mean, I'm probably going to figure it out, right? You've sort of removed the worst case situation already. And so it's this moment of pause, or what we talk about on the desk is owning the pause. And this is a moment of pause. There was a little selling there at 141. The sellers did step in there, but now we get to see, are the buyers going to step in, take it back above that 141, catch, and go to probably 141.50. And we truly don't know the answer to that question quite yet. But we've already removed a lot of the worst case situation, which is I'm going to take a giant rip on this trade. And on almost all really good backsides, they have that moment of pause, right? They have that moment where it starts to work in your favor. It starts to come against you a little bit, and then it like follows through, which is what makes the backside so great, because you think about it and it's like the people that shorted on this and are trading on a little bit higher time frame that are like NVIDIA is a short, how great do they feel right here, right now? They feel that sense of relief, don't they? They feel this tremendous sense of relief that they're going, oh, this is probably going back down to the lows. We're just going to watch the bid here just for a couple minutes. Just kind of keep an eye on the bid and let me know if you see a change occur. We're starting to see the bid step right back up. The size is stepping down, but what's happening with the bid? Is the bid afraid of that at all? And when these big players come in, they're just there, right? They're just completely there. Now you almost have this like downtrend that if you break the downtrend, you could take sort of an ABC type scalp. Mainly because I'm thinking to myself, that downtrend is so clean, so methodical, that if we break to the upside, what would I expect? Well, I would expect it to just start to go back higher in that very methodical manner. And it feels like the offers are there, right? But the bidders are just not dropping. And so you could enter and add that other trade right here with a little bit of a stop at 56 cents. So you're maybe risking what, something like 20 cents or something? Looking for some sort of continuation to the upside with those bidders just being there. And it's so fascinating, isn't it? Because the bid is just there now. The bid is just completely there. And do you see how with that bid being there, it creates that true element of the backside trade, right? That true element of, well, the bidders were just there. And now where would I expect the bidders to take this up and through? Yeah, now I expect it to cleanly go through that 141, right? So you notice how this tape is setting the expectations for us. We're not setting the expectations. The tape is actually setting the expectation for us. Which one would you rather trade with? You setting the expectation of what should happen or the tape setting the expectation of what should happen? And the more you can ground yourself in the tape setting the expectation of what should happen, the better off you can be. And you're guarding against, things not playing out. But the tape has set the expectation for us. We are just the observers of what's happening, right? We haven't had to do a whole lot of predicting here. We've just had to sit there and go, well, there was a buy program. That buy program dropped, but it was like really choppy and methodical the way it was selling. And now I've got this other entire leg that's occurring with the buyers that stepped right back in. Now you can exit some of your position. But given the fact that it's recovering, I want to see that buyer drop, right? Before I really get out. I understand it's the VWAP, but I'm not seeing, again, like we saw at that 141, I'm not seeing a whole lot from the perspective of the buyers that they even care about VWAP. And if the buyers don't care that much about VWAP and the sellers aren't able to hold it below VWAP, what do I expect to have happen? Well, I can just offer up here and I can kind of wait and see, right? Now I'm seeing the sellers really try. And so maybe this is a situation where I'm sitting there and my offers are kind of sprayed all around the VWAP area and my fingers on the bail key because we're starting to see size there come in. Maybe it's that moment where I'm playing that game of like, how close can I keep my stop without actually getting stopped out sort of situation, right? These are all things that are going on in the back of my mind that I'm sort of referencing them as we're talking about it, but I'm thinking about it in my own trading a little bit, right? Because now we got this push up the VWAP. And so now I'm thinking, well, it definitely shouldn't drop like 141.07. It should have gone right through, right? And I'm thinking to myself, right there, it kind of should have gone higher. Like those bidders should have been there. And they should have taken it right through. And so at this point, I can kind of sit there and go, I'm really tight on my stop, and I'm probably exiting my position right now. And regardless of what happens at this point, am I going to feel guilty if I look back and it was at 141.50? No, because I gave it that opportunity to do what I think it should have done at that point, and it didn't do it. And so I'm good, right? We got the trade, we got that extra trade that just kind of presented itself when we saw those buyers, and I'm good. I took that trade. That's it, right? Let's contrast this with PLTR. So now we'll go to the PLTR, okay? And let's watch PLTR as we'll just watch it, right? First of all, is this a better, longer consolidation from PLTR? Much better. Is this much better than when we saw it initially here at 11:03? Yeah. And if I had alerts here, maybe my alert went off and I came back and it dropped right down. And then I've reset my alert a little bit higher and then it came back and dropped right down. Now I'm sitting here and going, well, shoot, if I see the buyers, I can pick off another 70, 80 cents, right? Really easily, because now it's actually broken this range after it's failed at the low end of the range. And I can almost take an offside scalp on top of the backside trade, right? Like I'm not going to take both, but it's now set up in that context. So I get to sit there and pick off if I see that buyer step right back in, just like we saw with NVIDIA. And remember, we're watching all these like at 1x speed. These aren't sped up or anything. So we really get to identify how sensitive are the buyers to their prices right now. And at this point, it feels a little bit like there isn't a whole lot of activity in either direction. So I just get to sit there and go, well, if I see the buyer step up and we have a baseline now of what the tape is, which is a lot of kind of back and forth, right? But if I get to sit there and go, I can observe a buyer stepping in, guess what's going to happen to my position? I'm going to put it on and I'm going to be aggressive. Not size wise, but I'm going to put it on with aggressive expectations of what can happen. Especially as it comes into that 50 cents, this is a super interesting area now. Because if this fails and then gets below 120, I know I might actually have a trade that I can kind of see it going down to the lows. Well, this is the thing, is I don't feel like I've had a really good reason to enter yet from the tape. So it's not like I'd buy it quite yet, but I haven't had a really good reason to enter yet from the tape. Assuming I was in NVIDIA and not paying attention as much as PLTR, but like I wouldn't sit there and go, I see the buy program here. And that's what reading the tape is about, right? It's about recognizing the buy program or the sell program that's kicking on. And I don't feel like I've seen anything here that tells me there's a real buyer with real participation that's giving me a real probability of this trade working. See the buy step up, the bidders drop. It just kind of feels like there's not a whole lot going on, right? Let's see again if we can recognize where a really distinct and clear change occurs. This is a good question. Some backsides were quick, fast, like Hood from Friday, and some takes a lot of time. What sort of market environment are we in today? Are we in a strong environment or are we in a kind of choppy environment? Certainly a choppier environment. So in those choppier environments, I tend to expect, yeah, low strength, low weakness. I tend to expect these things to be a little bit choppier, right? Reading the tape can put me in such higher probability moments in those sorts of environments. Do we notice that change? Now we can see, okay, this is probably an area where if this bid, the 63 bid sustains, there's a high likelihood that this thing's going to actually go much higher faster. Now we're starting to see it, right? Starting to see that buy program kick on. And those bidders just walk this thing higher. Notice how different this bid feels. One of my favorite things to do in a situation like this is watch whenever the bid drops out, are the bidders there or not? Do they have that same urgency that kind of they didn't have at all at this point? So now we're getting that little dropout, right? And it's almost like we're getting a little small dog consolidation, puppy dog consolidation above this prior area, aren't we? not breaking higher, but the bidders aren't dropping. I'm dropping out a little bit here. See that bid step right back up? And they walked it back down. Bid steps up, but the offer isn't lifting. So now my entire focus can go to this offer because this offer is now the point of differentiation, isn't it? Instead of watching the bid anymore, now I can just watch the offer. Because the sellers are completely acting like they are there and in control. Sellers are completely in control here. I'm not feeling great about my position, and that's okay. Because now I'm going to be able to see a change. Does it feel like the sellers have control now? Don't worry about what happened. Does it feel like the sellers have control now? No, it doesn't. The situation where this is like 50-50, right? It's a situation where this is one where we saw the buyers try, we saw the sellers really look like they had it. And then they lost control a little bit. And so now we get to see who's going to step in, who's going to take control here. Seller's trying right there. They're giving it everything, right? The seller should be able to take this lower at this point. Yeah, I'm kind of honestly wondering why the sellers aren't able to take it lower at this point. Okay, there we go. Now they're trying. Because it's lunchtime. There you go. Well, that feels different. It feels very different. Now my eyes can switch over to the bid. Now, how different does this feel? The speed picked up. The bidders are strong. Obviously, you can see it on the chart, but notice we saw it on the tape. Even if we didn't have a chart, you could observe that change. Now let's stay with this a little longer and watch the bid and see what the bidders do here. And yeah, you're seeing the green prints. You're seeing the bidders get more aggressive, aren't they? Does this feel like a higher probability moment? Absolutely, right? This feels like we've got this trade on. So is this a situation where you could take a different trade? You could take maybe a puppy dog consolidation above 121. Stop 120.40, 120.50, something like that, right? And given that consolidation, why would I target VWAP? Again, why would I just target VWAP? And not think, wow, that pause has occurred all the way through here. And given the fact that the pause occurred here, wouldn't I expect it to start to trend out of this? Yeah, I would expect it to start to trend out of this, right? I would expect the bidders to start to get way more powerful as it comes through here. See that size at 121, but did anybody care? Bidders dropped out 5 cents and rebid. We notice the difference between that chop and that moment of uncertainty and this moment of the trade. This moment when the traders are when the participants that we want to be in the trade are exactly here. And we noticed it in the other one too, in NVIDIA, right? Noticing these gives you so much more freedom to trade. The other ones, you do have to be uncomfortable and you do have to manage your risk and you do have to watch out. But when you're noticing these things, is there any reason to make any adjustments to your trade? Is there any reason to exit too early? Is there any reason to do anything at all if you're long this? Not at all. And this is the power of the tape. It tells us, all right, the participants that we wanted there are there. Who gives a shit what your average price is in this trade at this point? Like, the market's not checking with you to see what your average price is and whether you're up money or not. The tape is giving us an indication that these buyers are there and they are there. They're not even acting in that price sensitive of a manner. They're just there. They didn't fail at 121 initially. They just are buying through there. When this spikes up to 20 cents, like, is that, oh man, maybe I should take some profits. Like I'm up in the trade. This feels great. Not at all. I legit have nothing to do. And it's a huge gap in your trading skills and your trading IQ when you know that there's really kind of nothing that you need to do because the tape is telling you there's nothing that you need to do versus the other times when you're like, I need to do something because of my P&L or because of my trading on the day or what I'm doing. And when you can ground yourself in what the tape is doing, it helps you understand a lot more. This is going to be so much fun information for us, right? Because now if this rebid occurs right here, where do we think this is going to go? I mean, I'm not even thinking VWAP. I'm actually thinking it's going to go just start trending higher. So I'll come back to the price action from previously and go, well, it's probably going to stop these people out above 122. Certainly 121.80, right? And I can just sit there and go, okay, I've got those targets in the back of my mind. We'll see what happens, right? And since we've been so long in this meeting, but I wanted to cover this exact situation because in backsides, there's this expectation because there are times in higher volatility environments and high strength, high weakness environments where these things act really quickly. And then people start to make that their assumption of how they should act every single time. And the reality is then when it doesn't act that way, you don't stick with the idea, you don't stick with the trade, you don't do the things that you can do in these different trading environments. But when you're just adjusting to the environment that's presented to you, then you take the expectation off yourself and put it much more on the stock itself, much more on the tape and the buyers that are involved there. We tried to do a live trade, I think it was last week or something like that. Yes, fashionably late setups. This is one of the best with this tight consolidation right below VWAP. So we got the VWAP target. Now we got the dropout. Now I get to see, are the bidders still there at 121? Can we get a rebid? And if we do, can I get a good fashionably late? We'll go 10x just so we can watch the trade all the way through. And then I apologize for taking everybody's time, but I really did want to highlight this process around these trades because again, we've gone from a couple trades that I just didn't even want to pay attention to, right? To trades that I really think are interesting, to trades that worked and then didn't work and now sort of working and then really good. Like, you know, these are all things that we encounter every single day as traders. Well, not every day, because sometimes we're in high volatility where everything just works instantly, but most trading days are not. Most trading days are like this, where you're going to be in trades that sometimes sort of work right away and sometimes don't work right away. But when you can ground yourself in, well, what's the tape saying? You can put yourself in a much better position to stay with it and then pick off other trades as they're presented, right? You notice on both ads, both times we added, there was a specific trade that we were adding because of. The first one was that ABC that we saw. The second one was that puppy dog consolidation, right? This one could even be sort of a fashionably late if you wanted to take that because we had that pull in and your stop would be right below here. So these are all things that we're talking about on a daily basis. And these are all the ways that we develop traders and we pay attention to this. So anyway, just wanted to highlight this stuff. Hope everybody enjoys the rest of your day. Thanks.